Mm-hmm. Let's see. Twitch, 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 Twitch. I'm live. Crazy fun. Hello there, stream, and hello there, YouTube. Today, we are finally here for Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Dual Destinies. For Dual Destinies, we have the final trial. It's a three-parter. We have an investigation to do, and then a two-part for the trial. And then that's really where it just ends. The DLC is only for when Phoenix returned to do his first trial. I guess like a test trial for him to to test him if he's back at it again as a an attorney and all that stuff. I'm not gonna do it. I think it's okay just to follow the main storyline suit right now. And then yeah. We'll just jump right in a second here once I just finish cleaning my glasses. It is currently 3. Let me see. I'm blind. 3:38. An hour later. Remember when I said I wanted to stream early? Yeah, same. Anyways, switch to here. All right, we just gotta jump right into the game. Continue. Make sure that I'm on the screen. The controller, is it plugged in or is it not plugged in? That's the question, because sometimes it does want to not work. Huh. Alright. I'm gonna restart the program real quick because I might have had it off this entire time when it got on the thing. It's quick to boot up too, so it's nothing terrible. Mm, I just remembered. I need this available to me right now. Make sure this is to the left. Make sure that whole thing is good. Yes, yes, yes. Perfect. Controller? Hello? I'm gonna unplug it and replug to see if it is the problem. Yeah, it's just being weird. Alright, so I have to probably fix it with, control things. What was it again? Configure? Ah, here you go. Okay, perfect. Controls. Input. Oh, my control's not being read. Okay, interesting. Hold up. Yes, yes, one more time. Let me just make sure this is on. Okay. If it opened up Steam, yeah, it is on. So, by the way, recently I discovered that if I press the Xbox like home button, I guess it 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 just randomly assumes that I'm going for the Steam store, or not the Steam store, but like the Steam itself, and it's just funny. No, I use controller for this, right? I'm like, there's no way I didn't use controller. All right, so there is an issue happening with this fucking controller now. Configure controls. Let's see. Input. It's not reading my thing. What was that? Oh, I figured out what was causing to flicker, by the way. It's just for some reason my left screen is just like resetting itself or whatever. I have to look into it more in depth, but yeah. Alright, like what's actually happening, controller? I know you work, it's just why the hell are you not working? Mm, 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 mm. Let me left. No. What is happening with these controls? It's crazy. Okay, it is working. It's just why is it not working, you know? Let me see if I close Steam. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. That was interesting. I guess Steam, yeah. Let me close Steam for now to see if that's what was happening there. Oh boy, okay. Oh wow, you can like mess with certain settings for this too. Huh. You could configure the game itself or the entire thing. Ba, 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 ba. Great. My fucking computer has an update. All of a sudden, shit doesn't want to work. I do. Just call it Xbox. I'm like trying to see if I make a new one, will it work? Nope. Played it. Yeah. Hold the phone. Yes. Let me. You know what? Better yet. Let me unplug. Replug it in. Press the home button to see if it does Windows G, which is not surprisingly. Why are you doing it on that screen? Like, what is their problem? Oh, it's not detecting my controller here. Interesting. Let me see if I do Windows. Oh. What? Why am I holding the button like it's gotta fucking load it up? You know, I realize it doesn't do that noise when I plug it in and out. Let me see if I could find it on here. We love intermission stuff. Also, why did my damn thing reset for my fucking my chat box? There's a lot of things that are happening for issue related stuff, and I'm just like, all right, there is something going on. Let's see. Go here, gaming. No, not the captures. Where would you look for plugins and stuff like that? Ba, 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 ba. Let me just drink some coffee. East access, search privacy. Just love this happening right now. I'm just like, awesome. No, not storage. The fuck am I doing? Focus asset while I'm playing a game. Priority only. I don't know what these are. Anyways. Let's see. No. Alright, here you go. Controller. If I remove device. Yeah, just for now. Okay. I unplugged it from here. There you go. It made a noise. Alright, alright. If I do device here, controller, isn't there a way to kind of look for it in a sense? Thank you. That does help. If you're wondering what I just saw, it was just like click here to for something, and it's like nothing. I'm just like, all right, fuck me, I guess. Fuck me and my antics. Game controller settings, advance. Yeah, that is for this. Yeah. Um. Yeah, if it's not gonna work with controller, I can just play keyboard and mouse to make my life 10 times easier right now. But let me just try my best to like figure out what is the actual issue right now, given it's the actual issue right now. Properties of that, nothing. Properties of this, nothing. I mean, I reset it and everything. You know what's weird? It doesn't work on my window, my thing. Hold on, let me see if I could actually look for here. Widgets. There might be something interacting with it where it's like taking over the entire thing, but I don't know what it is. Let me just look through my programs. Settings is closed right now. I don't think Discord would be the issue. Although that weird thing with 3 Discords open was kind of weird too. Acknowledgements. It just says the wallpaper engine. Wallpaper engine never fucked with it before, so that's new. If it is. You know, let's try again. Let's see if I can figure it out. Let me unplug it first. And then replug it in. Nothing. Apparently now this thing is just connected to Steam through Steam, where it's like, yeah, I only work on this. See, now you're wondering like, why am I going through all this trouble for just the controller itself? Reason why is because if it's not for just this, it might be doing that for other things as well, which is a very, very, very big concern, because it just like doesn't acknowledge my other controllers, which I am very concerned about. So, I'm gonna test it out right now on on Melon DS. Open recent, this one. Oh! But it works! Okay, so it's just the 3DS that's acting weird. Why? Let me, Why is the 3DS being the one that's weird? With the controller. System settings, camera, storage. Nothing really crazy there. Graphics are graphics. Audio is audio. Ugh, okay. Advanced frame capture. This is full screen. Increase speed limiter. Load amiibo. That's kind of sick. Mute audio. Remove audio. Restart emulation. Swap screens. Have I been playing this without actually playing it? Like, I'm so confused. Like, without a controller is what I meant. Well, that's all I got, really, to try to see if it worked or if it not worked. And it's like, yeah. Well, on to Phoenix Wright. Good thing Phoenix Wright itself, though, isn't, like, too, like, demanding without a controller. So it's not too much of a fucking loss, really. Yeah, it's not really working. It's fine. We'll do it live. Fuck it. The thing is, what I am concerned about is the fact that it won't load up my things perfectly. Sorry for that. I'll definitely probably edit that. No one can escape fate. The sins we've committed, and the sadness we've caused. No matter how far we run, our past remains, as ever present as the moon in the sky. I'm looking at my stream real quick on my other screen. Okay, no, it just happens for me only when it like flickers. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hope towards tomorrow. I'm like, why am I putting my hand on my keyboard at this point? They took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now, Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. Hey, Tracy. It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah, it seems so empty, too. I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, I still believe it was. At least, based on what we know. Now Athena's the but now Athena is the one who's being accused. A little bit of a backstory, or a little bit like a kind of recap. During the trial for the bombing and the murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used to be the real culprit. The lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. No, none of this does. None of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Where is the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking she would be out there doing something. Are you going to defend Athena, right? You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Sure. Of course I will, and thanks, Trucy. I needed the push. I needed that push. I'm like reading these so terribly. Trucy's right. The trial is tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I'd better get out there and find some evidence. Alright, what the fuck is happening on my left screen? Because it's being like really stupid, where it's like, I'm adjusting, and then it's like, no. I'm gonna turn off, like, hold up, I'm like just minimizing shit. I'm gonna turn off my my wallpaper engine because it is being really dumb right now. Wallpaper engine, quit. Just being like stupid. I definitely think I need to restart my computer though, is what I feel like is happening right now. Alright, let me just open this up. If it keeps happening on my side screen right now, where this like flickering happens, so you're not seeing it because it doesn't appear on stream. But my left screen kept flickering, and I'm like, alright, what is going on? It's like, it's trying to readjust the sizing of, like, its monitor or whatever. So I gotta figure that out and see what is the issue overall. That's there at the way. Oh, that's me. And then open up the game. The game, thank you. Alright. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I'd better get out there and find some evidence. Off we go, then. We're on a hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence. Great, but before we go, I'd better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Unnecessary evidence left at the office. Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. What to do? I still can't believe Apollo really left us. It was so sudden. Maybe he got tired of being my assistant for my magic tricks. I don't think it's your fault, Trucy. But I made him clean the toilet a lot. And I made him go bring in the newspaper. It was my fault. I just know it. Oh, Apollo. I really don't think it was your fault, Trucy. But I didn't realize Apollo was wearing so many hats around here either. So, hey, if you do that, just know that is an achievement for the trilogy version of it. The Man of Many Hats. That's the name of the achievement. Apparently, 25% have gotten that achievement. But yeah, we can move on now. So move to the Cosmos Space Center. I did not mean to go here. Good thing I didn't like go. Yeah. I thought I could just like subtly click, but it doesn't like. Yeah, it's just like there. Alright, here we go. December 20th, right? There's a Cosmos. Do you have a minute? Ugh. Galactic scooter, full speed ahead. Director! He scooted away. His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. Let's see. Oh, we go to the boarding lounge now. Oh, okay, if you hold it, it's like, just goes over it. I'm like tapping away. I'm like, it doesn't let me tap. So if I need to skip shit, it's over. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey. Miss Starbuck. You've been released, huh? Real quick. Let me see something. See if I can configure the controls while I'm like fucking around here. Let's see. Yep, I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. I have to do this. All right. If I do restore results, A S Z X. All right, yeah. Then I'll make a new one for the Xbox, I guess. So A Z. So no, A S is A B, Z X is X Y. Okay, that's cool. Directional pad doesn't really matter to me right now, only due to the fact that, yeah, I'm just, like, kind of just clicking in. I just want to be able to, like, skip certain things. Okay. So if I do, okay, yeah, that works. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... Thighs back. What's wrong? Thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. Acquitted? I was coming out of the detention center. I saw Miss Sykes. You saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. Didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's got to be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet, she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they put me in prison instead. I don't mind. We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be alright with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Paul's a fine boss to look up to. Alright, let's talk to him. About the murder. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the space museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? Haven't the foggiest idea. So there never was going to be a launch that day, not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he could have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess about how it goes. When you're worth less than space debris. Is he going to be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. I don't think... Oh, damn, yeah, we never had, like, Phoenix and Trucy together. Like, in, like, looking and investigating shit. It was always Apollo and Trucy. Oh, this is a new dynamic for me. The murder. Miss Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police, though. They said they never did find a 10 caliber gun down that trash chute. As I thought, the culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So was the person you saw holding a gun, Mrs. Starbuck? Couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door. Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. The door to launch pad 1, right? Yeah, except right now, the door leads to the Space Museum. You mean the launch pad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mrs. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure. Just let me have my print scanned right here. Switching the launch pads. Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was launch pad 2, you used to switch the pads around at times. But these days, launch pad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right. Because, quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear you. Times sure are tough. Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door. Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around. Alright. Ooh. Okay. Examine the dead leaves, which is right here. I like how I have to do it like this, you know? Examine. Huh, I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of someone's shoe. There are lots of trees around the Space Center. She's right. It's a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. But I don't know if they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoe. Wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor, and they came in that way. Excuse me. And everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know. Okay, then we gotta examine the door lock, which is what, this? So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprints verification. You just hit the button and open sesame. So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either. That's right. That's right, Trucy. Oh, that's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints when they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into boarding lounge 2. Okay, okay. I guess that's all we got, technically. Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. And I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. Alright, I guess we move on. You automatically return to the boarding lounge. Okay, yeah. Move to the entrance. Beat him! Beat him! Beat him! The investigation team is really good in this one. I like the investigation team. Ugh. Curse the wrench who sullied my good name. Reverse course and full speed ahead. Director Cosmos, wait! I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that! Gah! The mobility system has been compromised. Juicy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires. Yo! And the streak continues. Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on her, what tricks she's been practicing. You're being a dad. You're trying your best, Phoenix. My dear old battleship, we fought many skirmishes together. It has been an honor. Daddy, he's going to blow that thing up. Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go higher wire again. Very well. I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably. Don't worry, we're just here to talk to you. Switching to launch pads. Dr. Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching to launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the launch pad, the two launch pads to begin with. Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner... Ah, I did it again. I saw that flicker. Okay, I have to figure out what's going on with my screen. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his Psylocks if I want to get to the bottom of this.
Take that!
Take that! 3 locks, huh? Behind the switching of the launch pads. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the 2 launch pads. I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone. If I never get like this when I'm old. Now let's see where to start. This is how you this is how you explain your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it to save the astronauts. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual explosion. Huh. My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing? I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the space museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan. It's Clay.
Take that!
You must have gotten Mr. Turan to help you. Ugh. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then, when Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum. Someone please help this poor prisoner of war! How is he able to spin around like that? Considering one of the tires is fucked. If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch? If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone into all that trouble? Guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident? Well, that's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronaut safety. But it was just a warning. It could have been anything, been a prank. Why did you believe it is so completely? Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days. Oh, I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Fucking shut up, Phoenix. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone. Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see. AKA a regular old telephone. It's been a while planning another launch. I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call. The bomber said it's been a while, and that was enough to make you take the threat seriously. Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center has been involved in a bombing once before. Maybe the culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident, the Hat 1 miracle. The Hat 2 bombing. Alright, here you go. That one miracle, that epic story of survival. People across the nation know it's now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the caller said it's been a while, you knew beyond a shadow of doubt that the danger was real and it wasn't a prank. Didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Yes, the Hat 1 miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight. Sabotage, murder. So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. Let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught and that the case was closed. Huh? Wait a minute. The murder of the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought it was the culprit. Simon Blackwell. Here you go. Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in the case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of 2 incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Excuse me. Realizing that you were shaken, it meant the true culprit's been running free all this time. Ugh. How do you keep seeing straight through me? Unlock successful. Alright. Confess, motherfucker. The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. The sabotage and murder that happened at the Space Center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding. If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch to launch pads, we'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago. 7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat 1 miracle? The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism. Tracy, how old are you again? So this was 7 years ago, right? She would be 9. I don't think she was with Phoenix at this point. All that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming at or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions? And always gets the girl? Someone's watching way too many late night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research materials, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. The spy. Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstructions. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us a sabotage. The same MO as this time. Yes, and here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? But there's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were so embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy. Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation. They did indeed. Then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. And that was the Hat One miracle, wasn't it? But then 7 years later, the same MO advanced warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. Just like 7 years ago. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it? That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. It was quite a moving speech, actually. Moving? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points. But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged a moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center of the First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from boarding lounge 1 to Space Museum. Then I put a close for repair sign at the door to launch pad 1 in boarding lounge 2. You did that so normal business wouldn't enter, right? What else did he do? I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Turan. But you didn't let Mr. Sawbuck in on it. He'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until... Clay's murder. Huh. After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out, but after all that effort... Turan is dead and the Hat 2 is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which had returned to us until only recently, was also lost in that blast. My home, the center of the cosmos, my beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for. Wait, what did he mean by the Hope capsule was lost in that blast? Alright. After the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Turan, it had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with astro samples inside. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Turan's murder. The capsule was being held in a safe in Launchpad 1. But I gave it to Turan before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that with the safety in Turan's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the stage a miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost in that explosion anyway. But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe. You misunderstood. The launchpad explosion wasn't the one that the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. Capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence, and it was blown to smithereens. Oh. Yet another casualty of that blast. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads. What? How? The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship. A tap on my advanced communication system. A wire on that phone. Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch, just to the few selected members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of the launchpad 1. Cobra probably slipped in with them amid the confusion, and planted the bomb then. Yes, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could have pulled something like that off. So you really think that the same spy is behind the incident and the one 7 years ago? Yes, I'm sure of it. Then the spy must be the Phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing. Blackwell told me once. The hunt had been on for the Phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, the case happened right here at this very space center too. So if we can find this Phantom, that's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell too. What about it? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in a court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in. It's all over for me. Spin, spin, whirl, whirl, I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed. You think he's going to be alright? Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission too. If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. That's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me. I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfold. It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. This fucking guy. Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? There. That's that one exhibit. Oh wow, look at the photo of the team. There's Clay and Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, or Blackwell, and even Ponko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before. Never looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. Let's check out the newspaper article too. That one launch imminent. And there's a photo of the Hope space probe. Guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at the jacket. Must be the Hat 1 team's uniform jacket. Same design as the one Apollo was wearing and the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by Hat 1 team members, says. Not a replica, huh? Wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks. Hello. Oh, Jennifer. Oh, Miss Woods, what brings you here? I heard Athena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here at the scene. You must be so worried. But rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her. Dina's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her. Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center? What? You didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl. She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail? Athena at the Space Center. Dina's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that. But why was a psychology specialist working at the Space Center research facility? I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Dina lived here too. So it was far from Athena's first time here. Wonder why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her. Sad memory. A sad memory? Can you tell me about it? There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago. The same time frame as the Hat 1 launch. Nina's mom, in the robotics lab, she was murdered. What? After it happened, Dina stopped coming to school. Poor Athena. And all this time, she never let on at all. I was so worried about her. I came here so many times hoping to see her. But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so the first time you seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case. That's right, and I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy. Ah, the music really fucking goes well with this scene. I could use arrow keys. That makes it a little bit easier. What was Athena like as a child? She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around. Must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Huh, I wonder what kind of research it was. Because of her special ability, Dina couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Oh, Daddy, show her that picture. Atta girl, good idea. The picture. Present the Hat 1 exhibit. Oh. Miss Woods, can you take a look at this for me? Oh, look. There's Tina's mom. The one all the way to the right. The woman on the far right. The one in the kimono. That's, Dr. Midas Sykes. Midas? Midas? I don't know. Midas Sykes. Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch? What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch. Just as expected. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean that the crime prosecutor Blackwell is convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? The chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. There is? Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So, we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through. The Detention Center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. So, I go to the Detention Center? Yes, I do. Oh, it just takes us there. Okay. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on a business. To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tenate, the one behind the courtroom bombing incident. He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about the case. And what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over to hear more. Incredible. What was he saying? Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. What nerve you have come here. You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. Like I waste my breath on you. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence, no. Question, okay. No violence. Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine. Then just answer me this, Mr. Tonight. What is the truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arme, there was another person in the room. What are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it was. But that's who blew up the courtroom. He expects us to buy that. Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any Slylocks. But I guess he must not be lying. Pardon me. I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb. And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Wow, they've laid it all out, piece by piece. Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. Uh-oh. Looks like his geek switch has been activated. Okay. Phony fandom to this shit. Well, I hope you're ready for Puzzling Black Hole's special brand of questioning. Anything but that. I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes. I'm going to see Athena now. That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. Well, so hopefully visiting hours are not too late. What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over, to see her. After we came all this way, too. Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy. Alright, sounds like a plan. Move, robotics lab. There you go. Alright. I know who we're seeing. Mommy. Not the mommy, but mommy. Goth mommy. Or, is she goth? I don't really know. She's more eccentric. So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge. And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots... Daddy, look! Over there! So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule. Is that right? Yeah, more or less. Hey, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Pollen or a Blackwell. Wonder what they're talking about. Well. Come to spoil our fun, just when I was enjoying our alone time. Trucy and Mr. Wright. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, and you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. And that's why we're trying here to talk to you. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director, and suddenly Starbuck was out, and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after. Did I say something to her? I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? The princess, huh? Guess she's talking about Athena. Of course, Athena is innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate. I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? Whew, all this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mrs. Turan, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sickbay? Mrs. Turan? Well, that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Mrs. Turan, how are your injuries? Mrs. Turan. Mr. Turan, how are your injuries? I guess Clay intended to hang her around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course. Or what that can see ghosts. Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. He's making a joke. I mean, I bet you Phoenix would just be like, bitch, let me get the phone real quick. He just calls up fucking Maya. Maya, I got something for you to handle real quick for me. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of truth. Just like 7 years ago. 7 years ago. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt on their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about the incident too. It'd help me understand the current case better. Huh. Paula knows about the case too. Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo, come on, hunk of junk, you tell the story. Miss Aura, that's private information. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. There's kind of a side of me who's thinking that it might be Aura who did the murder and did everything else. Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I'm ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information. Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger then. Yikes, better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Clunko. And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Mita Sykes. Hearts, robots with hearts. Can you even make such a thing? Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companies created by Miss Aura and Dr. Midas transcend humans. Midas. She just glanced over at her desk. Nobody could continue Midas' research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigation companies are all that are left of Midas here on Earth. The robots are all that's left. Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, you hunk of junk. There you go. She showed a little bit of emotion. Uncle's an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Midas wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. Robots' rights. That's all I got. Why are you people looking into such an old case now, anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of this incident might be the same person as in this case. So, Daddy, why is there like 3 Ds? Daddy's going to find out who killed Dr. Sykes, too. I'm sure you're aware of who Midas' killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell. Or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now, but that's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it to help me be sure. Dr. Sykes and Simon. I was the one who introduced Simon to Midas, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Ah, Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly, and he was oddly serious about it. Rather than a teacher-slash-student relationship, he treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. Huh, he seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess anyway? Well, she is Midas' daughter, after all, although she's not nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aurora yesterday. It all makes sense now. The bully. So, the culprit behind the 2 cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around here anyway? What? Well, we came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me the search warrant. Damn, she's fucking... That's a new... we're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out. Now. Conko, show them out. Certainly, Miss Aura. Ouch! Don't push. My apologies, I'm just following orders. Ugh. Okay, so we got shoved out. This is the 3rd time we're here. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman. What's with that horrible attitude? I guess that's just how she is. But why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay, just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? I'm going to go keep an eye on him. Hey, wait, Trucy! Come back! She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Let's all go back to the office. Alone. I don't think they know yet about their relationship, that they're brother and sister. Or half-brother, half-sister. Because they come from the same mom, just different dads. Oh, here you go. Oh, we're gonna meet a person. I just read their name. Oh, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here in the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And after that, there was always someone by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. You must be tired. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's the letter doing here? Hey Nick, it's been a while, huh? Miss me? I know this handwriting. I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have really been something, although weird is par for the course with you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part of my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. Oh, this is Maya. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Yours truly, Maya Fey. Yep. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Slylocks, Maya is the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here. Mr. Nick. Ah! Eek! It's Pearl! She's older! She's so cute! Oh, it's you, Pearls. Ah, oh, there's her theme! Oh! Banger song! Alright. Alright. Fucking did the whip. I wish I had motion controls on my hands, bro. One day we'll get that. Pearls. She's so cute! Oh my god! How have you been, Mr. Nick? This is Pearl Fey, though I call her Pearls. She is Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old, but Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. Also, they did meet. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? Oh my god, she has her expressions! I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. She's very polite. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. She's even further off on the details than Maya. She's so cute. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Pearl's errand. Does it show in the core record how old she is now? I'm like so curious. It's because she was 8 when you first meet her. She's 17. That's cute. Who's her age? Oh, there you go. That's way better. Like, they're like at least the same age range. Oh, you know, Athena's also close to Trucy. Yeah, okay, so I can see like how like they could bond all together, all the three of them, because they're all like in the same age group. I'm like thinking like I'm a father, fucking like, yes, please hang out with each other. Did you read the postscript on the letter? Huh? There's more. Oh yeah, here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearly said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. My own Pearls. Thanks to these two. So, you know, I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls. Now that I'm here, I'm going to whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. I need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about his case. The trial's still going on. They must be holding him down at the detention center. So I gotta go to the detention center now. Alright. Pearls, you handle the situation. I'm going to the detention center. Okay. Oh, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. All this time and you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. Alright, fine. I see you're just not going to listen no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Oh, she actually cares about fucking her brother. Wow. In hindsight, the way I said that is very terrible. I should probably refrain from saying it together like that. My bad. Wow. I could cut the tension with a katana. Right, Dono. It looks like Wright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, he did. You bounced back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was just a thing to do. It was just a thing to do. But as a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Was that the just thing to do, too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you, right, Dono? This is blade-proof glass, right? He has new expressions because he's like face-centered. Oh yeah, we never met him outside like of every other case because he's been behind bars the entire time. Oh, okay. Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you? You villain, where did you hear about that? The glass is absolutely positively blade-proof, right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single whoops. Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? Guard, the guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Sykes Dono's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackwell. Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. Damn, the motherfucker was trying to get out, bro. There he goes. No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackwell! Now what are we going to do with Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you, just a little more about the old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? The trial 7 years ago. Do you know anything about the trial, that got him convicted? A little. The police called the incident the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor, Jesus. Psychology, say it right. Kind of like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. I don't want to think about that one. The red Mr. Lawyer. There were two decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly. 2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Ouch. That does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me the footage? Oh, sorry. I don't have it on with me right now. I guess I'll have to see it at some other time. What was the second piece of evidence? This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See, there he is at the crime scene holding a bloody katana. It was the victims kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow. It'd be hard to explain this one, no way. But who took this picture, Detective? The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Professor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Professor Blackwell said he was hunting a Phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. What did he say? Execution date? What, did I say something? Never mind me. You didn't hear a thing. Execution date. So, he was given the death sentence. Yes. He told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? No. Well, what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. But that would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now. I want to do something, I want to, but you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight? You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative. When he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit. This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright here? What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding. That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction. Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. They've holed themselves up in a space center and taken the visitors as hostages. They did what? No, Trucy. Not Apollo. Just Trucy. Sorry, I'm just changing my AC right now. Real quick. Okay. Oh my god, we're a little lightheaded there. We have to get right there, right over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle. Fourth time being here. The Wright police are here, then the robots really are holding people hostage. Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around? But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. You robots have declared war on us humans. You've even taken hostages already. Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do. But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me? I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. Alright, people, what's going on here? Pearl's over here. Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself. So glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. Klunko seems the same as before. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I err? Uh-oh, there's something wrong with him. Looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Klunko? Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. The robots are rebelling. Everybody run! It's an all-out war. It's the end of the world. Fools, how could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. What? But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey you, hostage 1, come here. I'll let you talk to them. Huh? There's something being displayed on Klunko's face screen. It's the Space Museum. Daddy, is that you? Trucy, is that you? No, Trucy, are you alright? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage. They've gone haywire. Researcher is the one behind it. She's here. Ah! This girl talks so much. Trucy, talk to me. Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes. Athena? Now hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that. So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then. No, wait. Mr. Lawyer. I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do, but promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now I better go contact headquarters. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? I have no idea yet, but the hostage taker, could it be? If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all the... Gee, I wonder who it is. Princess. Hunk of junk. There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say, or why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell. Yeah, we read this. Sorry, I'm like fixing my ear. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena, it's someone else. Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is the real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case. Huh. Silly to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You must even be able to fix it. Just, what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about a 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Recreate it, retry it in court, ask about it, retry in court. I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make the demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. That's good, real good. Hey detective, I'll give you 1 hour, get a courtroom ready. 1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will. And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got it? You got that? Now follow Hunk of Junk, riot police, make way. We're coming through. So Nick, wait, I'll help you with the investigation. Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. Whew. The boy is gonna be mentioned. Our favorite boy. Laura dropped us off with the warning not to touch anything until she got back. I don't know what's taking so long, but we can't really start the investigation yet, can we? And if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright. Ah! It's the hostage taker. I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived. I guess. Oh, hell yeah. He's here. He's here. Look at him. There he is. That's the boy. Him in his fucking sports car, bro. Oh, there's that red coat. There's that infamous red coat.
I trust you've been well, Wright.
Miles! Dope. Real dope. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? He looks so good. This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor, but now... Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you, He's a chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? That's right. He is now the new chief prosecutor, I believe, after the ending to Miles Edgeworth, which makes a lot of sense. A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? Talk. Miles Edgeworth. What are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captain chose me as a prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thanks, I appreciate this. I could really use the help. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist Dr. Meta Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see. On the chair. What a terrible way to die. The other photos show the other side of the room, I see. I also have an autopsy report for you. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. As Detective Fulbright mentioned, she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. Here his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was this decisive evidence against him too. The security camera video, and a photo of the moment of the crime as well, as I recall. But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know, the part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth do you know about that? Dr. Cosmo told me, after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we could stay the execution. We could stay the execution. It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can. Thanks, Edward. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence. Let's do it together. Alright. What we got now? We got, we already did everything for questioning, right? Yep. Alright, let's start an examination. We got... Whoop. Can I move with this? Yes, I can. Not as fast as my controller, but it's something. Examine the workbench. The workbench. This? It's about as cluttered as an office, but I think it's a workbench. Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor? That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded in onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and the 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule. Which reminds me. So, they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo, Nora, Blackwell, I wonder what they're talking about. Yo. Blackwell kind of wanted Apollo, I'm not gonna lie. She's like, yo, let's just not talk about the case for a bit. Let's just have you and me time. Let's just... A little bit of tea, a little bit of tea. That noise... that noise that I just made, no idea what the fuck that was. That was me sucking on my lips. Edward, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag. But how did you know about it? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? I got an update. Examine the giant robot. Examine the... This is one heck of a robot. There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me and make the rule. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Tron. JTO2. I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. Not there. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe has been removed from the room, so it was long gone by the time someone took the picture, huh? Well, you can see the photo in this newspaper photo. Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on this left side of the picture. Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. I should have read that because that was when we had Athena with us. So the person who stole it, I think it was a spy. I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. Okay, slide to the left side. Examine Aura's desk. Aura's desk is a mess, though that doesn't surprise me. Well, I just want to dive in and straighten it up. Wait, before you do. The picture. Klunko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal. You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area. Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused. So he calls Dr. Sykes' mother, but Aura Blackwell Miss Aura. With the loss, she exhibited a severe catecholamine imbalance. Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means. Pardon me. Searching for alternate expression. She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around her. After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Klunko, huh? And the murder destroyed so many lives. Right. Take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Plonko and Klonko, they're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Oh god. Plonko series features. A heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag and facial recognitions, or facial features. And they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. What's that supposed to mean? It kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Oh, is that what the research was for Dr. Sykes? That would make sense. Examine the red box. This over here, which is the emergency ladder. Okay, and then we could talk to Edgeworth, I guess. An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. So I lowered in my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. Alright, then we go back to immediately talking, right? I missed something. Emergency ladder. Aura's desk. Judgetron. Hope capsule. What did I miss? Do I have that evidence? Hold up. I do, okay. Examine the operating table. Okay, that's what I was missing. It's like, they were all, like, separated, but, like, this one was just, like, within the other thing, and it's like, alright. This. Looks like an operating table. It's in the photo, too. Yes, it was here then as well, the victim's body lying on it. There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it. Pearls, don't touch the... Oopsie. Hey, it's moving. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash, push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So, what do you think, what do you think, Wright? Any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth? What, he did? Yep, he called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. Ah. So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back. Yep, the black hole case. Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? Haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of this espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. Looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. Oh, is this the DLC one? I'm going to end the Dark Age of the Law. That's what this is all about. Dark Age of the Law. The Dark Age of the Law, it sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And I hear that there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever. When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence. And a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. Wait, do you mean? That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. It was a downward spiral after that, an absolute nightmare. After those two cases, a mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. Such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together. It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt that they start lying to themselves and each other. Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. Sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence. then maybe she'll release the hostages. I'm counting on you, Wright, to set the prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox. Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation? Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage takers something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena. She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center. So I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again. We have Edgeworth on our side! Let's go! Alright, let's see here. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago, but I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright! And Pearly, too. I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend and I was worried about you. Thanks, boss. Not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh. So you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's alright. But, there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. The day of the crime. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum, right where the culprit fled to. That's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. Well, when I saw the center again during the new news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well. The director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo, the one with your mother in it? I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. The jacket on display, that was Dr. Sykes. Copy. But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. But I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave. How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. Didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge too. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague about that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. During the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course, I believe her. But will anybody else? Your mother's work. What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing? Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice, and my special ability. Someday when people travel to distant planets, their companies will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people. I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff. No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Woods said something about you always wearing headphones. She always wore, yeah, these big headphones. It was part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much. But she wouldn't listen. What were they for? She gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me with are widget. And this earring. Oh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for her research. Maybe she did love me in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did, because that's what I want to believe too. Interesting. The moon rock earring. That is okay. I'd better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. Present robots with hearts. Robots with hearts is very recent. This one? Yep, perfect. Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Ponko and Clonko. Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know? Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo too. See Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. A pretty bad job, but I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. Thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. Looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, get well soon, Ponko. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked like just like magic to me what she could do. Little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories. About 7 years ago. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the space center? Yes, a little. And this person has even taken hostages. Guess I'd better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me. So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yep, I know he's innocent, I just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then? Yes. He used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart. You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony. Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. The Just skip it along. Just skip along. Skip along. Skip along. Reset the song and everything. There you go. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I become a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty when I studied it. I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. It doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocent personally. I wanted to do it so hard, even now I want to fly out of here and go save him. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was. I wonder if he smiled, like he used to back then. But that can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial. I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. Just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Ah, I thought you might be here, Mr. Lawyer. We're in trouble. We are. What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Oh no, but this is an emergency. It's very difficult to interrupt the trial once it's underway. My phone. It's from Juicy. Okay, here we go. We're going into the first trial now. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait, we still have a little more time. Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing, she's a little too young to die, don't you think? No, don't you dare hurt her. There has to be something I can do. The cruelest injustice is about to befall us. No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us. Wait a minute, Maya. I read somewhere that you were holding... Yep. The courtroom thing. Broken. The courtroom blew up. That's it. There is a courtroom that we can use after all. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Hold it!
Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. In the blown up courtroom. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4, the one blown up by the bomber. Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick. I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention, it's not Simon you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell. I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. Interesting. I've grown cold really quick. What is she talking about, Athena? Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me? Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell was innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No. No. Oh my god. Psylocke. No way. It couldn't be true. Mr. Nick, what's the matter? I see 5 black Psylocke. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. So dramatic with that last line. To be continued. Yep. That shit was 2 hours. I really hope the trial section is like way shorter. Okay. I was like, how you go back? Oh man, this is gonna be a whole thing. Oh, I love that they put a spoiler in here. Okay. They're like, spoiler. Alright, let's get this show on the road. I did a little research. I looked into those special Psylocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great. I really appreciate it. I read Psylocke protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. But a black Psylocke protects a secret from the deepest place in the person's heart. And a secret that the person isn't even consciously aware of. So even they don't know if it's there. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the Psylocks. According to my research, Black Psylocke is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to the person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright? But will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give the trial all my focus and strength. And you can't do that, well, if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls. Alright? I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Yeah, Pearl, Trucy, and Athena are all in the same age group, so I kind of feel what Phoenix is feeling, where it's like, you know, you're in the same age group, you're like a friend to her, so it's like, you know, you're also a girl. She's probably like around like 2 guys the entire time being dorks. Good, now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I didn't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battlefield, or my battleground. The robot is there. Court is court, or some the smell of thereof. I don't know if that's how you say that. Is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Not a facile mile. Whatever. Old man, this is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously or you will start hearing the bones of the hostage snap. Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for a very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. There it is. His classic emotes. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What did you say? Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to his honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today, precisely, the darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, Wright, but this situation is what it is. And I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree. Ooh, okay.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
I had goosebumps. That shit was dope. Oh man, playing these games in order are so good because you just experience the euphoria within them. Let me do a quick save and play the cutscene. Ah, shit. That shit was nice. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. Oh, he took off his glasses. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? Rarely say, well, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it was clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. Huh. No need for the Chief Prosecutor, bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I have ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun. He wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR-1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. Yeah. The victim, psychologist Miss Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo which captured the moment of the crime. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed... Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of that kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow our proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. Prosecution calls the first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony. Just who is this witness anyway? Fulbright. Bobby Fulbright's the name, and justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. He says she's too busy, what with confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clunko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best, I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. Now I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Or Blackwell's theory. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the other person small enough to fit inside the case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab, but they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember something. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock, and they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. I can see why the footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside of the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi. That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Huh. Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech and the subject of her mother's research. Oh, is the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading, not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edward, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Order in the court. What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed, Mr. Wright. If you could, Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. Cross-examination. Let me do a quick save. Like, Edward's eyes look more narrow than what it looked like before. Alright, let's see here. Press the 5th statement.
Hold it!
That's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move the rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this: can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Thanks. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what I could have been in that case? Bluff. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from this scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. My eye is hurting me right now. I'm like, why? There you go. I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. It is true. This is the crime scene photo taken up after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the crime? Let's see here. The table. Like, this thing?
Take that!
Please notice that... Whoop. Excuse me. Please notice that there's a robot part on top of the cart in this room, in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. If it's just a piece of junk, how important could it be? It is really just an insignificant robot part, speaking of which. What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charting for each glance per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Yo. Your Honor, about this robot part, doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Oh, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just a moon rock and a robot arm. Or was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe... I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was the other robot that was in the case. Well, what?
Objection.
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of a technological illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor, I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. He's like, don't worry, we're still in the same boat with that shit. I don't know shit for that fucking thing.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought the machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in the court order, I say. Prosecutor Etchford, what do you have to say to this? I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it wasn't the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. The case does comes up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. Oh, fuck. I see your point. The robot much taller than that. You got me there. So then Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case by dismantling it. Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device. It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there. Except that there was a body on the table, where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart. But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take that robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we know now that the existence of the severe arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can mean. That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder. My head! My head! My body! Where am I? Ugh. Or in the court. Sure that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection.
I love him. Well played, Mr. Wright. You made your point abundantly clear. I can see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright, what's going on here? I've never, it's never good when he plays this thing straight. As the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene. No, Your Honor, my claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside the case.
Objection.
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have an opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth, he's been one step ahead of me this whole time. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple, the footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something or someone. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The shirt coat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing, the victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. The blood stain was with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Sorry. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother... Oh, yeah. Analysis showed the blood stain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. The most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell grabbed Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without a question, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Alright. Or if the defendant was indeed at the scene of the scene, it deepens a suspicion against her. But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well. I hope you're not making this ridiculous claim that that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright was a robot question at the time. No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Panko to the stand. A robot witness. He does have memory of a long time ago. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Very well, I will allow the witness bailiff. Please summon the robot named Panko. What'll do, Panko? Witness, please say your name and occupation. My name is not Witness. My name is Panko. Yes, I realize that. But when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I'm not. I'm Panko. Say it with me. Panko. What an utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person who should be calling anything inflexible. Just fucking Phoenix taking a jab at Edgeworth. You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. Alright, Panko. I'm going to ask some questions. Questions? You have questions. Hooray. What are your questions? Want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Miss Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab. Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Sorry. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab. It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. It was great. I just knew Panko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before the poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. The judge seems ready to adopt Panko as another grandchild. So, little Panko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? Let me do a save here as well. I've done this before for the previous things we've done and stuff like that, so just, you know, bear with me. Alright. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for the regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Midas. And then Mommy Midas fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point. Which we could assume that's when he sliced Panko. But suddenly the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that the witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but... Yes, what this witness statements are telling us is... that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. What? What? Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this as mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument, and the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Panko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that. When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory. You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. Cross-examination is never useless. Until now, think about it, robots don't lie. The robot is both an important witness and available evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. Huh. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well, even if I may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. He's like, don't shit on my cross-examinations. They fucking they got me out of stupid events like so many times. Y'all are big bitches about it. He's just like so mad about it. Press the third statement. Then mommy fell down. After that, I was returning, so I don't press.
Hold it!
I'm just stretching. Oh god. Okay. I don't want to delve into too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment? Mommy Minas was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. Yeah, we know. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute, that means if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment. Falco, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. Of all the unlucky timing, if we had heard anything after that, would have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. Ugh. After Mommy Mina's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. Workbench, huh? Manga must be talking about the table to the right of where the giant robot is now. There is something. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like to add it to her testimony. Very well, Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Don't say that. How many minutes fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the... Send me your photo.
Objection!
Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful. Hooray, I'm so happy. Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you. The victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Ooh, I am relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more.
Objection.
This objection sounded weird. Right. It's been 8 years and you're still just as green as ever. Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree, since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system. It would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else has been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest moved the body? Don't you know if it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Ms. Ponko, allow me to ask you a question. I like how it's with a K. My name is Ponko. Say it with me, Ponko. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Do you happen to move something large on the operating table? Yes I did. Athena asked me to. Athena asked you to. And what did you move, little Ponko? I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is. An ID tag, you say? Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scanned them to tell us what a thing is. A paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. So it would appear that Ms. Ponko here can't identify what it moved. My name is Ponko! But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do? Huh. Well, I do at the very least. Ms. Ponko, on the defendant's command, moved the body onto the operating table. Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? Which is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell? I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. Give it up, Wright. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would have been useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. But then she has her other coat. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object. But Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means a face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. Ugh, he's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then used the robot. She moved the body to the table where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Order. But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robotic friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table one special feature? I believe I read the robots can be assembled and disassembled there, isn't that right? That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. Oh, you know what I could think it was? She was trying to fix her mom. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in the flash. Yes, you can't possibly be suggesting this young sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arms. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have. Yeah, we get it. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes had made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanished without a trace. Prosecutor Edgewood, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it in as delicate as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body is to the operating table. No, don't say another word, just stop. Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be true. That's a really gruesome thought. Order in the court. Order in the court, I say. Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Huh. Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth, no more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility. But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sex removed her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantling or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? Sly, I had this for like weeks. What are you talking about? Also, what's up? What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she said, perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But, well, we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indict and the defendant guilt, remain unchanged. My internet disconnected, bro. The moment's passed. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence, right. Let's see. I can think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. The defense has no counter-argument. I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something, but I can't think of a single thing. Prosecutor Blackwell. Huh. This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell. What are you talking about? What I'm talking about is what your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening, because this be my miracle I need. But what if Prosecutor Blackwell is trying to pull here? What is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? 7 years, for 7 long years. Said he has internet. Oh, I already read that. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and I don't think you can alter that fact. Your bonus, I will take the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please, go ahead. Quick little stretch. Alright. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. And when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. Then I committed an act, and how cathartic is that? It was. How cathartic it was. But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling, in other words.
Objection.
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be... She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony. You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection.
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had a robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. And she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved the heavy robot for Athena. This is awful, but what he's saying seems to make sense, and yet... Procedure Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today? You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right, so let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish... Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? Is Athena here, by the way? Can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Athena, what are you? Why are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could use Athena's help. Her power might be just the thing to get us through. Sykes, Dono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent. These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know. What are you talking about? Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in the courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try, feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vase. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come, the day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from the false conviction. And Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then the only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Destiny is being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine. But your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. I have to make sure I do it kind of right before this part, because then it's gonna freeze and it's gonna do the whole thing again. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. Went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simply, simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Okay, that dropped a significant amount. Just now you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead. I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan, nothing contradictory about that. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. Well, we'll just have to keep chipping away from him then. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. Alright. Found Athena in the robotics lab. I was relieved. But I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. But when she did, I plunged the katana in. Okay, sorry. Not even you could falsify your emotion, Prosecutor Rockwell. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had laid in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Huh. Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorry for Athena and her circumstances. He can't be talking about that, can he? My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. That's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much I believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. That's a new one. It went up. I've never seen it do that before. Yep, that's why it's a new one. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony, as a matter of fact. He's piling lie on top of a lie, in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that was causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? I can either use evidence-based approach if I find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony. His baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on the lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already. I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first? His emotions. Yeah, his emotions. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions. Got it. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over. Okay.
Got it!
Okay. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine. I'll explain it if I must. What surprised me was Ponko, that toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it. That's right, she ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with a katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. That's alright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. Now we tackle his thing, right? It's 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. He'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are sharp as a strong katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? His testimony. Yes. I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Alright, let's give it a thorough check then. Just in case this freezes like here. Updated this now. Pongo attacked me, and then photo of the crime.
Objection!
Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Yo, hold up. There's a spoiler, right? Like, under this next thing I gotta do. Cross-examining Blackwell. Bad ending. Then reading after that, if you deplete your confidence gauge at any point during Blackwell's testimony, you will get the first of 3 bad endings. What? That's crazy. Anyways. I'm not gonna go in depth with it, but yeah, it's like, wow. Alright. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the blood stain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with the katana. I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No. Most likely the blood was transferred from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right. But if that's the case, we've found a glaring inconsistency. Ugh. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. That couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first, before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony nothing but one giant ball of lies. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now. You have no idea what you're doing. His voice, there's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool of something. Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't it the rule of the courtroom? All these complex emotions, they seem to be overflowing from one source. I think whatever you really saw whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Uh-oh. It's an emergency. That song goes, and dog. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You should know better. And and though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true, right, Donna? I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Curse you, Phoenix Wright. Alright, let's see what's happening here. It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table while the bloody katana lay on the floor, and standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, "Oh God. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her." That's fucking weird. That's creepy weird too. That's what I saw, and now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth. And this is what it is. It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart. I'll make sure I do a save here, so. No! No. That's oof. 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 So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena. As I said, right? The truth isn't always pretty. Murder disassembly on an operating table and scientists using her daughter as a guinea pig. Real quick. Sally, it appears that my theory was correct after all. It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspirations on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner. Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me? Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? Yes, my head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena, it's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger than that it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life. No, that can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much? Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So, you took the blame yourself, and you and your mentor are more alike than you know. Panko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Panko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all of the facts in this case. No, not yet. It can't end like this. Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not, but this. I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I always managed to pull through that way I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. Defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright. Yes, Athena. It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? Huh. It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes the opportunity to confess? Very well, then, if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena. Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands and the feeling of it stabbing in it deep. I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer could have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument? Objection!
Objection!
I fucking knew it. I refuse to believe this bullshit. I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her, I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end, Athena. You are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never change. But could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. The 5 locks? Yep. Just pretty much her explaining the black locks again. There's still a chance somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still. That memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there not a problem with Miss X's confession? There is. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell. Is there a problem with her confession? Please prove it to the court.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers. That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood of it. And therefore, it is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right. Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it. In fact, we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of everything. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think. What could contradict that Athena's memories means? The blood was wiped off. The defendant was using a different item. Or weapon. Miss X said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a different a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? Here we go. This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So, if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocence. Different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be, exactly? Right, of course he would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? How does he do that? But I can't back down, not here, not now. That's right, I did. But, because it's so obvious, it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute, there is something. There's a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have the particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been the crime scene. The utility knife, right? Yep.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terrain's case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Turan's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees. And a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that. Once you told me just now. Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here is a photo of its contents. It's missing one. It's also mixed up. You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design on these handles? Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. What proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should criticizing my aesthetic sense. Now, he is simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design of them. They're all mixed up. Ah, I see that they do, but what significance does that have? It's clear that one of these tools is missing from the kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Yeah. Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court then, if you would.
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent? The Gaixa logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gaixa is the program that operates out of the Cosmos Space Center. Ah, I think I see it now, but... Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo, the red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from a Turan case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it creates Gaixa, yeah. It would complete the Gaixa logo. So it would. Then that means, I admit it, Mr. Edgeworth, my aesthetic sense is keener than yours, and while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. You just have to throw in the aesthetic thing. Alright. Oh my god, I have to go through this again. Oh boy, alright. Whew! It's a big one. This is a long one. The investigation took 2 hours. This is taking longer than an hour up. Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon, what if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous, or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation, derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like a murder weapon. And then then conceal the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic. The prosecution attempted to lead the court. You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands? No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know the victim and the defendant were the only ones there, you cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if. Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradiction keep vanishing because the change is true, or something like that. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Ah! I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if? Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. No. I didn't. Is giving up really the only option? No, snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you giving into doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor. Not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her. To the very end. The defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make the brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink the case thoroughly. Oh, we're doing this thing. See the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. The prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Someone else. Third person was at the scene. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude that there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then, how did the third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know this person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering their own face. Yeah. But wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. Mita Sykes? Person posed as the victim. The culprit posed as the victim. That would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used, in order to pose as the victim, her jacket. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. Does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by the time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit. Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Fuck it, that zoom in. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to the hostage negotiations. You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby... I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second, because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now, I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. Ponko saw me, she witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What? Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time? After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? Huh, you make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Clunko's strange malfunction. Turan, you look pale. Shall I help you with the sickbay? It's Turan, but that's Apollo you're talking to. Tongue of Junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by the jacket ID tag. All because Clunko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask can nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her. Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by the time Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating, What? So does that mean... Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed, this third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes, is her mother's real killer. But that's... impossible! A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask. Order in the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something? A mask. Yes, I remember. Athena, what is it? I remember a man with a mask. How could he... What did he do to my mother? My head... Miss Sykes, are you alright? No! The black Psylocks. They're breaking. She's remembering! That was dope. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. They're gone. The black Psylocks are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... It's alright. I'm right here. You're safe. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there. A man? Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there, and he dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me and I passed out. Shit is being solved. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Panko to move her to the operating table. And that's when she said that statement, yeah. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was? No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. The one on the wall. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab. Ah, this mask hanging here on the wall. It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a Noah mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. A phantom? It would seem that a new suspect has emerged, and that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has... You see? This is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. The fuck? Why are you on her about this? Miss Blackwell, this is not good. You suspect, where's the proof this prison ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the mask man's existence. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now, so I'd like to say one thing if I could. Panko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metzis was really the killer in disguise. Right, and he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in the evidence that could help find the person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? 7-year-old photo, video.
Take that!
This is Prosecutor Blacko leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does this video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. There. Please stop it right there. Who would this be? It's just like you said. There is a man leaving the scene of the crime. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him. I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did, but what I really wanted to see was the jacket. Can you see it? There's a slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure the knife is under that jacket somewhere. So then, everything Miss Sykes said. Exactly, it proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face. With a handkerchief. Then, he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Punk would charge up at 2 p.m. every day. So waited for Pongo to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Pongo into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death. Don't, Edgeworth. No, Edgeworth, no! The nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that's not possible. Why not? The victim jacket is clearly visible right there in this video. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond a doubt it belongs to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Ezra's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? The killer brought it back. The killer brought it back. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal the fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved. Except that it would have been impossible. The only person who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body, and they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose the mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? Puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of the split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never think of that. Okay, so let me just save real quick. I'm not doing anything for the other. So I was like curious. I was like, yo, you know, let me look at the other bad endings, for instance, right? This is the first bad ending. This is if you're messing up on Blackwell's testimony thing. The judge stops you and declares that Blackwell remains guilty for the murder of Dr. Sykes. The next day, he's executed. Aura Blackwell disappears with Trucy and other hostages vanishing alongside her. Wow. Athena leaves the agency, while Apollo is completely broken by the events and stops smiling. Finally, you give up being a lawyer for good, realizing your failure. Fucking! I'm curious about the second ending. This is if you mess up during the jacket thing. Despite your logic, Aura Blackwell isn't convinced of Athena's full innocence. She takes Athena away and you never hear from her again. Interesting. Okay. Alright, back to the game. back to the game. Here you go. Hopefully this part's a little bit shorter. Alright. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by the group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat-1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transfer the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock resistor bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will. We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean? I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. You my ears to see me, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Are you actually conceding? He's grown. He knows when he's beat. He's dealt with shit already. Is it true, boss? Does that mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say, I see no need to further prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence. The little princess who was truly beloved by Miss Midas, and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell. Huh. How unlike you, Aura. Midas was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partners, and that... Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted. Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Aura, there's something I wanted to say to you, if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Midas' murder is. You do? Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom, the person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat-1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew not about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained the lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yeah, I had hoped Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes. A spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat-1, Dr. Sykes' results and the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them. But where could they have been? Huh. Who is to say? Wow, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into the prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. The bird! I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher. Became my time. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself. But take a good look. Take a good look of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I'd better hold on to the real tight. The song. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of the voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup but almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? Spy who experiences no emotion, the sadness nor anger, and naturally no fear. He's the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom indeed a fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever, do what you want. You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down of 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of our current trial, Miss Athena Sykes. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. Ooh? You? Apollo? Apollo? What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Apollo? I read, like, I saw a glimpse of what you're about to say. Motherfucker! What? Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? Oh my god. Thank you. It's 7:30. We still have, like, another segment of this. Let me see if I can get some music playing. Something that's not, like, this bad. Or it's not that bad. I mean, not bad as in, like, the song is bad. I meant, like, you know, like, daunting and, like, emotional. Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. Before he explains himself, I'll be right back. I literally have to pee so bad. So I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry for the dramatic music being playing like crazy right now. Alright, how you press buttons, okay. Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. Very simple, there isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. It's still not clear who killed Clay Turan. But Apollo, why would you... Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me to a little of the court's time. But this is the trial for the case from 7 years ago. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Apollo. Sure, you know I'm all for the truth. Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial. Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police investigation report brought immediately. Not you too, Edgeworth. Really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. As you wish, let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Turan. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1. When the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum, the killer attacked Mr. Turan with the knife, the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, the trial must make clear who Mr. Turan's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edward. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. I'd better rearrange my evidence. Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please. Alright. Alright, Apollo. Apollo Justice's accusations. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Turan. My growing suspicions were confirmed when the incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. On what basis, dog? You're just saying shit. You're experiencing emotions from your best friend. Mr. Justice, you realize you are changing your own you're charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you? Yes, Your Honor. Because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. But Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this? Alright, let's find out what's going on. I'm gonna do a quick save as well, because you know how this game likes to operate sometimes. Oh, let me make sure my audio's on. Okay, yeah. Like me speaking, I was like, is my mic on? Alright, cool. Alright. Sorry, I'm like fixing my hair a bit here. Okay. Yes, this. So I have to press on everything. What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Turan, my bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. And then, every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during the investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. But that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago. But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Turan. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. I guess he has a point. But my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. My growing suspicions were confirmed when the incriminating evidence presented itself. That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about it yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Turan. 7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to it. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launch pad. Isn't it possible that somebody else used that same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there is a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Turan and Mr. Starbuck. But there's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Turan's killer, or rather Miss Sykes, coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in boarding lounge 2. First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Dana said she had snuck into the Space Museum that night, the night before the incident. And then she was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day. That must have been when the camera captured her. And that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well. That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. What? Why? That can't be, but if it is, then it is incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved it in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? A fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright. And the last one.
Hold it!
Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own coworker? You're probably right. Maybe it's not even fit. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend, and that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted coworker of killing his friend. To display his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. And I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments? Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice, and your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? It looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless you think there was an alternative escape route. Is that what you're thinking, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? Was there an alternate escape route? Of course! Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way. He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can. Clear up this doubt inside me. Wait, so is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena, I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need you to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. So that you can really trust me. Huh. It seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly all about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant, while we lawyers believe and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go all out against each other, and that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. When the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That is exactly what trials are about, wouldn't you agree? Yes, I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside of me. So I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. That's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good. Because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. Really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? If I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. The Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright. Where do you think the culprit escaped to? They really only could have escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Miss Starbuck's prints to get through the door. It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used a route, the only exit would have been the boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? If the culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum, then I guess it's true. The only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. But Miss Sykes was the only person. Captured by boarding lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. But the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. That leaves us with no other conclusion to draw but that Athena Sykes was the culprit. What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? But hold on a second, what if... Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if there's a clue in the culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into boarding lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly when the alternate escape route opened up for our culprit. Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Where did the culprit have gone from the museum corridor, besides boarding lounge 2?
Take that!
We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon, namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Ah! Do you mean? Yep, while the Space Museum was in motion just beyond the corridor safety door, was an alternative place that the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was the area outside the Space Center. You're freaking insane! I love that they said this to fucking Phoenix. They're like, you're a fucking lunatic! Shit! You know how impossible that would be? That corridor is level with a 3rd floor. Even though the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would have fallen to their death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. And what item is this? What item was it? Exactly, Mr. Wright. You're freaking insane was the best liner in this whole thing. Emergency ladder. Do, 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 do. There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab, and it was used the day after the explosion to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used the ladder to escape down to ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched, and after the ladder was lowered, the corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. Jumping right across, yeah. That's crazy. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined? Order in the court. Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes, it puts Swiss cheese to shame. Alright, then, name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center according to this. The distance between the museum corridor and the main building during a movement is a full 20 feet. 20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground and roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place, an unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It is a basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping, or even freeze in the fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped the boarding lounge too. Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left their Space Museum that way. In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down, and then blended in with the other people after the museum was open. That's a good point. But you claim that despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap, and all in the brief moment the corridor ladder passed by each other. That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while in the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timing was off, or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been an instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Well, fuck. Why do you always have to point out every flaw? Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. You're freaking insane was fucking funny. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear at some level, right? Wait a minute. Real quick. Just in case, you never know how this is going to crash on me. I've got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used the alternative escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used the alternate escape route. Wait, what? Question mark? Ah, the psych profile, that's what it is.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear. Right! You can't be serious! Without without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a board jump on the ground without the slightest fear, this subject could make a 20-foot leap 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extreme way to escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that the person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted. That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. Was there such a person there at the scene? Yes, the Phantom. That mysterious shadowy figure who keeps popping up. Oh dear, the Phantom again. I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Turan as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Turan. What? What? Oh my god. Order in the court. Order, I say. Mr. Wright, please continue. There were just too many similarities between this case and the other from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then, this Phantom is the one who killed Clay. But who is he? The Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be? Right, the escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start, as was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with the emergency ladder. But he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean, the Phantom must be someone who knew the particular ladder was going to be used. That's right. Who could it be? Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Yo, no fucking way. Ms. Beckwell lowered the ladder after being told by the detective leading the... Ah! You gotta be kidding me. Did you figure it out right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than... Dog. Fucking Fulbright? Yo! Dog! After the explosion, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite a madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective, leading me totally to okay. His objective was to secure his own escape route. We lowered an emergency ladder from the 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. Oh my god. This is the detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he's without emotion.
Take that!
Bobby fucking Fulbright! No shot! No shot! What are you saying? Detective Bobby Fulbright! You mean the Phantom is... Exactly, we were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom! No shot! What? Mr. Wright, how could this be? That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Barely. It was all a part of his plan to create an escape route. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Turan and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time and got a running start. Yo. And just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leaped onto it. I don't believe it. The adulterated detective did all that. Was it really him? I mean, all this time? I thought... Sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name is Bobby Fulbright, the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil, the champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need, and my catchphrase is in justice we trust. Then, his concern for Simon was all just one big act. That explains it, because he's always with him. That's why he's being a detective in disguise. Yo! I swore to reform President Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. That monster killed Clay. He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained lighter to court too. The scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it! How the hell did I fall for all that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear him from right away. The court will take the short recess and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand. Dog, that shit's crazy. I was like, why did he want me? Like, I looked at the guide. I was like, why do you want me to select Bobby's thing? Because I wasn't reading. I was just making sure I don't read any extra shit so it doesn't spoil for me. And then as it goes on, I'm like, no fucking shot. That is insane. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, don't thank me yet. Let me also save. Nah, dog, that's just crazy. We still have an uphill battle to fight. Yeah, and it's gonna be a long one. Oh boy. Alright, let's do this one. You got it, boss. Apollo. Well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Could you... punch me, please? What? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust... Ah! Don't be such a dope. I was really touched by what you did. Huh? Now what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena, I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again. I guess I know now who to call if I ever get in sleeping court. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you. Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great. Pretty great myself. And they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Ora Blackwell has surrendered and the hostages have been set free. Chuchi and all the others. Oh, thank goodness. Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needs to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. Miss Blackwell. I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you. Miss Ora, she'd better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Yes, it's true the courts are filled with incompetent idiots still. I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me. Oh, Miss Ora, does that mean you're starting to trust the system again? No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Misty's killer down. Metis. Ah, fuck, you know what I mean. Metis? I don't know. Leave it to us, we'll get him. Guess that means she's starting to trust us, at least. Ora. Simon. I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. It's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful. Huh. I never imagined you would go that far, though you always were extreme. I don't recall ever requesting your help. As close as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty. Huh, you know me all too well. Guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though because of you, looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Ora. I'm sorry it caused you so much anguish. Simon. Aw. I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Ora. Alright. That's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable, but it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being of the Phantom. I can't believe he killed Clay. Right, and murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor. Yes. I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along, after all. It's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. Sir. The former paperwork has yet to be filled, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity, and uncover the truth by your own hand. I'm much obliged. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? He didn't need to break him this time. He was released. How long have I waited? Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher, the light and brighter. And I will release slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena, I promise. Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me. I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me, now can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But, are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo? Athena, I can say with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. And now, we're going to prove it to the world. Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
Thought he would say it louder. Let's go. Bringing back the Apollo. He is ready. Spiffy boy, spiffy boy. There he is. Now this is the Apollo I know. Welcome back, Apollo. It's almost time for the trial to restart. Though it looks like you have things well in hand. Yep. I should head back to the prosecutor room. Thank you for coming through, Edgeworth. I'm happy you came through. But why? I want to look into a few things. Namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago. The facial data registered by the robot. And Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. I expect to be repaid with a victory, right? Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay, you two are all set to go. You bet I am. Let's do this. The red, blue, and yellow all together now. This is it, the final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend, the courtroom bombing incident, and the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for its for all to justice today. Oh, I can't wait to break Fulbright and what his broken persona looks like. All right. It is time. Let us reconvene. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecutor has never been more ready. You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. Now that you mention it, although back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. You've actually, you really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. You still got that ego of his, though. Prosecutor Blackwell, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. Bailiff, please bring the witness immediately. Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. For what have I been called here? Bobby Fulbright here. I heard I was needed at the stand, so here I am. Detective Fulbright, do you know why you have been called to give testimony? Yep, because there is only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice, and justice we trust. You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies. What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey, he's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. You must be feeling awfully confident. Fulbright, if you wish to dispel our suspicions, then let's get to your testimony. All right, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that. There you go. I am the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with the far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This lighter with her prints all on it. So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false, and that the defendant is the real culprit. That's right. My lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. The lawyer's escape route. Cosita, hello. Thank you for dropping by. I appreciate you just being here. Doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto the ladder. We don't have proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either. I guess you're right. I love this case. Oh man, I've been crazy about this case so far. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice is.
Objection!
Fucking. Don't make me break out a dictionary on you. Please don't throw the book at me. Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him. Let's just try not to lose focus, alright? But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence.
Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it. Prosecutor Blackwell. Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as so I can. Does anyone have any objections? That's fine, Your Honor. Now ask away and don't hold back. Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination. All right. Here we go. Do a quick save. Okay.
Hold it!
My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory. Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on the victim's blood. Yes, that's right, but wait, Detective Fulbright was the one who brought the evidence to the trial. If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright, right, Dunno? Especially after that lighter. He's right, but what exactly should I ask about him? The number of prints. So how many prints were found exactly? 3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of the right hand. Your Honor, this is an important statement. Could we please have it? Add it to the testimony? You got it. He beat me to it. Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key. 3 prints were on the lighter, the thumb, okay. It's an oral statement.
Objection!
You say the prints were were from the right hand, is that correct? That's right. Very clear prints. But that just doesn't add up. Huh? What doesn't add up? According to Ms. Blackwell, who saw the culprits herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh? So here's the dilemma before us. Why are there prints on the lighter from the right hand instead of the left? Huh. You're right. It doesn't make any sense, does it? Your Honor, this letter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness claims don't even hold water. Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints. But then, why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it. What have you got, Detective? The mirror. The witness must have seen the reflection of the culprit in the mirror. Go on. Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window of boarding lounge 1, wasn't she? I believe so. If you mean the little window in the back and to the right of the room, that's right. And across the room on the opposite wall, the mirror right there, is a large mirror. I do remember seeing it. So you are saying? Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror. Excuse me. I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they? Now, do you see? That's the logic of pure justice. But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell was a reflection. Right, Donald? You'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it. Huh? That's right. Besides, the letter couldn't have been in the left hand. And why not? Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? The emblem is only on one side of the lighter. You're right. There's no emblem on the other side. Exactly, as blank as and smooth as the judge's blind scalp, is what he just said. If the culprit had held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb more before. I'm having like a mental breakdown right now in my head. Whew, okay, sorry. So if the culprit had held it in their left hand with the emblem out invisible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they had held it in the right hand, they could easily open it and light it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand. No, come back, my beautiful contradiction. It appears you planted a flower that bears no fruit. See how it withers before my flower of justice. He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point. And just as we trust, now do you see I'm not the Phantom you've been talking about? I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad. Very sad. So very sad, but I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look at yourself and see? Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? I see. There's something going on. I knew it. You're lying, Detective. Pardon me? You mean... Yes, my bracer reacted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think, if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Justice Dono, are you to use that cheat of yours again? It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell. Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then. We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up. Here goes, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time? What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on the side that you can see on the right hand. I have to make him repeat it. Listen again.
Gotcha!
He's lifting his thumb. What a spy! Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase, the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster. Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion what you're talking about. Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it. But why? You're not making any sense. You just can't.
Silence.
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see. What should you? What? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackwell. Okay. I'm not sure what this is all about, but Prosecutor Blackwell insists it must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter. Good. Now maybe we'll we'll learn something new. I hope so. Now let's check every inch of this thing. Examine the thing right here, right? So this is the Earth emblem. This is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. See anything noteworthy? Huh? Hey, look. Hey, look at this. The emblem's actually some kind of button. Oh, what the fuck? Wow, it transformed into something. A handle? A trigger? Is this what I think it is? There's no question. It seems that what you have there is a gun. What? A gun. So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a 10 caliber. The little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. I was like, this is the gun that was fired at the scene. I'm flabbergasted. The latter was a gun. So when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster, that's right. Whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems a little like a spy thing. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself. There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum, and then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out. Whenever you mentioned the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun. Accuse me all you want, but where is your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun? Not exactly. And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. It proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene. It would appear that the detective is right. Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what? Although it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are, I have to make a following assertion coming from the prosecution's side. The person who fired the gun at the Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident, and the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Turan, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all the defendant Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof. No! Now do you see? A man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. And I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair. The evidence certainly does seem to point in the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell? Evidence is everything in court, therefore Fulbright's claims stand firm. But calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he is the prosecutors. So our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as devious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that the lighter is not Miss Sykes but yours. Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. It's just that if the prints on the lighter are the basis of the accused Athena, I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean you think the lighter might forge evidence? That's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things. If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? The owner of the prints. Are they really Athena's fingerprints? They definitely match her print data. But what about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and the print data. Isn't that correct? Yes, what about it? You say Miss Sykes' prints match the print data. But I have a wonder, was the data you used official? Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official, sanctioned print data of the people involved in the case. What? You dare insult the epitome of the justice and integrity?
Silence.
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun. Very well then, bailiff. It appears that the official data is here. And the results? It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant. Yes. The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Claire Turan. Interesting. They were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter. Ah, I see. Come to think of it. Wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints? The person removed his glove. Oh, shit! When you took the deceased fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his hand. And it's his right hand! Oh my god! And after which, you wiped the blood off of his hand. By your own admission, you were also the one who complied to the phony print data. All to put the blame on Miss Sykes. Real quick, if you deplete your confidence gauge at any point during Fulbright's testimony, you will get the third and the last of the 3 bad endings. Athena is acquitted, but the Phantom vanishes shortly thereafter, leaving no resolution to the case and allowing the Dark Age of the Law to continue. That one doesn't seem as dark compared to the other 2. But wow! Okay. Here you go. This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom, who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit. So does that mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom? Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used the escape route. Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me, or so help me, I will slash you to tiny silvers where you stand. Alright, I'll talk. I confess. I am not the Phantom.
Silence.
It's all over. Now be a man and admit already. But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. An undercover investigator? That sounds less than wholesome to me. A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright. That's right, I was working to track down the Phantom, but sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with them. What?
Objection!
You're telling us this now? But if what you say is true, then who was the mystery person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbucks saw? It was a Phantom, I tell you. All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
I don't believe you, then how do you explain the fabricated lighter? I was also one of the Phantom's demand. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Pinning the crime on Nathan Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders. And you expect me to buy that? Fulbright, what was the Phantom's ultimate objective? I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that psych profile you have on him. So, he sent a buzzard on his own to tail me this past year, did he? I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rocket and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believe I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all. With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you are vulnerable to a sniper shot in this courtroom. Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of this now? But on the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright. If we can't find a flaw in his logic, he's right. After all, we've come all the way. We can't let Fulbright wiggle free now. There, I finally told the truth. Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was a Phantom. Oh shit. That's a new expression. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right? I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom. What? How can you say that, Mr. Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence!
Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom. Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence. But I've known Fulbright here for a year now. And all this time, he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie. Prosecutor Blackwell, this fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me, he actually became quite a nuisance, really. Blackwell, you believe me? Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony. However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as a Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy and don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that? Yes, thank you. Oh, thank you. Such a bond of trust is a very beautiful thing. It's about to be broken in a few. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down a not guilty verdict with confidence. So I didn't even see that. Very good. I'm very glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well. Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom, the man who killed Clay, will get away. I know, but... Alright, what do? I don't have any proof for that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Is this it? Is he going to get away just like that? Now, excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that, I'm off. Hold it. The defense. No, wait. Not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet, and I would like to see this trial continue. What? But I was just about to declare an innocent of all charges. It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could just scooch over? Athena, what are you doing? Hope we don't get held in contempt of court. I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done for you? Of course I am, and I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Dino, where are you going with these questions? I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all. What does that mean? We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie. That's it. With our special ability, we just might be able to stop him. Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations. Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow. If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting? Fulbright, I think you better have that counseling. Not you too! You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it. But I thought you believed me!
Silence.
Oh, how can you amuse me so? What's going on here? That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon. I knew you would catch on, Athena. Huh? Mind filling me in here? Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright because he knew I noticed if there was a lack of emotions like joy or relief in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen, and listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart. What? You two were working together just now? Come on, come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart. You got it. Time to check on the instant replay. Widget? Mon ami? Let's do this. I didn't save, so fuck if this crashes right here. He's so mad. Or fake mad. Okay. Even though all his over-the-top expression and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all. It's just like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom Psyche profile. Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom. Oh, interesting. Hey, what's going on? Wait, hold on. What do you think you're doing, Detective? Me? I'm not doing anything. He's trying to hack into the Mood Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this. Ah! Fancy device you have there, but I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you. Sorry about that. I'm an undercover agent. I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking. More like as a spy. Thanks, Prosecutor Blackwell. There, now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotions. That face, bro. Lack of emotion, what are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, you wounded me very deeply with this accusation. What's going on? All of a sudden, I'm getting an overwhelming happy reading. But he's literally crying us a river over there. Oops, my mistake. How about this? Yikes, now he's angry all of a sudden. What is he trying to pull? Like as not, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. Just as it says, it's just as it says in Dr. Psyche's profile, the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. Ah, I get it. So he has some emotions, right? Precisely, which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. Believe him most likely because he's controlling his emotions. Very good, Professor. You are correct. It's the result of my daily training. Very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know? More like for us spies. Seriously. But I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute. I think I know. Since there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective. A feeling I'm trying to hide. That's a good one. You're the one to have been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess. And you have no objection to me analyzing you. No. Analyze away. But I will state it again, I am not the Phantom. I am being forewarned that your analysis will have no effect, because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do. Alright, let's see. This is fluctuating over a lot. I found it! I found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of the chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock, you felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear, huh? A fear that a man would hardly any emotions feel. And it was a response to the moon rock. Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because your identity will be revealed. Of course, that's it. Yeah. Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you feel feel afraid. You are afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid. Me afraid? I don't know what you're talking about. So, there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity. Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock. More like he had to take it with him, because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity. Oh shit! Where do you think you're going? Me? I'm not going anywhere. Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try to get away? How many more of those toys does he have, and where can I get myself one of some? Dr. Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock? In justice we trust, not emotions, Mr. Lawyer. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid. Wait, I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid? Don't make me laugh. Ugh. What was that just now? But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. Eek. It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts are at analysis serve no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era where when evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway? Well, I admit, I don't have conversational evidence, but I will say that examining a person's heart has its merits. Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery. All I hear is distrust. As you can see, the people are on my side, because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine. But it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people. Uh oh, he's got Athena doubting herself. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses and has been key in getting to the truth. What nonsense, Your Honor. The defense's claims is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock. I see. Very well, I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as an actual evidence is. But Your Honor... There, you see, nobody believes you and your trumped-up charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analysis can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already. Surely you jest. So, the fucking surely you jest. Jesus, alright. Does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor? Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regards to the moon rock. That is the court's opinion of this matter. And that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell us the court the reason for your fear. Analytical psychology, my fears, fine. I'll show you precisely why these abstract things can't be considered evidence. I'm just doing this weird laugh. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I am not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice. On statement 3, interesting. There you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock? Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any 2-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in absence of evidence. Yo, a fight between these two would kind of go sick, I'm just saying. Huh. The Phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bones. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it, right, Dono? With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable Phantom fellow to the other world together. And you and I, Prosecutor Blackwell, we have a duty to bring the Phantom down and restore the people's faith in our courts. Indeed, by covering for Athena, I allowed the Phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction. I bear part of my responsibility as well, for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the dark age of the law. Then it is also our burden to cut away the foul specter we created, is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people. Trust, understanding, fragile ideals of masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing. Once two people overcome the misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. Your fear to believe that you want what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies, always. Alright, oh, that was weird. It kind of like just cut abruptly like that. And here we go. Back. Alright. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all.
Objection!
Alright. Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is. Of course. That's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Turan. That's right. And the exact same type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand. Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall. Miss Sykes then stated that she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock, and he was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene. You mean, if we ran the analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is? Yes, I suppose so, but unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing. That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail. You can? Of course not. You don't actually expect us to believe that do you? Because you don't fool me. What this court needs is a bully-free zone. The infamous sword of the beguiling bluff. Its edge is without compare. Come now, ready with me and show us just how finely it cuts. Your Honor, this is an outrage. Oh, I mean, this is an outrage. Go on, Wright. Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab, but in the video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. Oh, you're right. But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then. Does this mean that the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center? In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible. And why is that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, and especially the lab, but the moon rock was never found. How could that be? A sad but true fact. We still haven't a grasp on how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether. There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet, a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in 7 years after that either. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. But how? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think. How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab? So, can you or can you not show what happens to the moon rock, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can, Your Honor. What? Oops, sorry, I mean, what? In that case, let's see your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene?
Take that!
That's the Hope capsule, right? The one that went up with the Hat 1 rocket. He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So, there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day. Yes, and the team must have loaded it onto the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have been launched up into space along with the rocket. Preposterous! It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was... Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. By sending it up into the probe. He was out there in the depths of space, aboard the Hope space probe. What? What? Order in the court. I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat 1 anyway. The villain, he used his primary objective to conveniently kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission and returned 7 years later. With the capsule in tow, if we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. So he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back. I believe so. His original assignment may have been just to sabotage the Hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do to just escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung on that capsule for all he was worth. Oh my god. He probably hung on to that capsule for all he was worth until his very last breath. Why can't I read that like much faster? Oh, this is so funny. You make me laugh. You really do. Boy, he's totally out of whack now. It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit to all of it? There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. I am not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes, a trap. Now I'm not sure what to think. I suppose if the Phantom is a spy worth his salt, a trap is not out of the question. But in that case, you could say anything is a trap. That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed to taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order. Further investigation, more like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must, here and now. I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackwell. Hey, you guys aren't really... Oh. It looks like I made it just in time. Edgeworth. I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts. Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity? You might say that. I started by looking onto the first people on the scene of the 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robust recognition system. But none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright. That's not good. But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell, you best brace yourselves. Uh-oh. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. What, huh? What's that supposed to mean? An unidentified body was found a year ago. Has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. Then does that mean? Yes, the man there is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. An imposter? Then this man, who in the world is he? Enough of your trickery. If you will not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you. Oh shit. What the? No! His face! Ah, look what you did to my mask. Mask? What in the meaning of this, witness? Okay, you've got me. Guess I have to show you who I really am now. What the fuck? Wait, but that's... Hey, Paul, yep, it's me, Solomon Starbuck. There's Starbuck, but that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence.
Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat 1, which was set to be destroyed. Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will, and I will be anyone I want. Not so fast. I have the Phantom Psychic profile right here. If we compile the Psychic profile on you and compare the results, it will prove that you're the Phantom. It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the end justified the means. That voice, those words. Jesus, man. I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes. Professor Meads, mask? I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now, give me that evidence. Huh? Time to take out the trash permanently. How could you? Now do you see how powerful the end justifies the means can be? How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face. Ah, but that's the life of the undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to you at all. Or perhaps it is really the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in the mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager. Well, aren't you just a master of psychology, Blackwell? That's right, I don't know who I am. I am always living in as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like, or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul, I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. Damn, that's deep. What's with this guy? Is he even still human? And now, we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright. Oh? Uh-huh. I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom. I believe that there was blood on the moon rock in the capsule. Now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, your claims of a Phantom trap won't work anymore. And why don't you bring this moon rock in? The decisive evidence from the Hope capsule. I think I will do that, just that. Get ready because the Hope capsule is about to seal your... Hey! He just remembered about it. Yeah, I just remembered too when he was going on about it. Looks like you finally caught on. It looks like you finally caught on. Full marks for the defense for effort. But what a shame for your hope was lost in the courtroom explosion. So that's the reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. Can't believe it. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed? How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent. And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof, or at least a prayer. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. At least put some weight behind your swings, Right, Dono. I know, I'm trying. There's only one thing that can unmask this menace with the moon rock. But that was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some small fragment still exists? Yes, you can see the stolen moon rock there too. Strange black and up. Very well, Mr. Wright, let's see your proof.
Take that!
Isn't that the bomb that blew up the courtroom and the moon rock along with it? Are you saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity? Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on the photo taken apart by the bomb. I would assume this right here.
Take that!
Please take a look at this newspaper article. The article about Hat 1. Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock, and when we look at the photo of the bombing fragments, see how there is a rock-like object with the same coloration. Oh my, yes, I see it. It would seem that the moon rock has much more durable was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing on the blood will prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom. Unbelievable. But that's impossible. A surprise to be sure, that's one bloody tough rock. Let us have a fragments tester straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, Fulbright. Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. Alright. Prosecutor Blackcoat, what are the test results now? There was a rock fragment that had blood on it and appeared as several years old. DNA testing revealed... Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed. Then confirmed it within his blood, didn't it? There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it, you are the Phantom. Huh? Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. That wasn't my objection, Apollo. Huh? No way. So stupid! Why? Save that real quick. It was a pretty good objection too, don't you think? Now he's me. So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, no, no, not really, Your Honor. No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean, the witness, Mr. Wright. Could this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph and those just like it. How can you be sure they are pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. But how do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove they're the moon rock, right? Don't be absurd. Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody can see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration. But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. Highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be here. But you can't deny its possibility. But your blood was found on one of the fragments. Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago I tripped and fell in this very courtroom and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto a piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yeah, I suppose it's not completely out of the question. I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that the worst of times are when the lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Well then, why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify if they were the moon rock in the robotics lab or not. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible. And why not? In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you'd need a sample of a moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. But that moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. So you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove that that any of the fragments are from the moon rock. Oh no! All right. There's really no way to prove it. Are you finally ready to throw in the towel? I like how they both looked at him. So, the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock, too. A shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. Final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense has the piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do? We do. Even the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. Is that true, Mr. Wright? Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing as usual. I wonder if you... Shit. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. A piece of evidence the original moon rock is completely lost, is this. An earring that Dr. Sykes gave to Athena. The stone was cut from the real moon rock that was being used for research. But just about the only things my mother left with me with our widget and this earring. Maybe she did love me in her own way. Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left with you a very important piece of evidence. She did. You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have the moon rock of our own. Yeah. Oh! You mean... Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, the fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the defensive sample of the moon rock. That's your sample. This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from the original moon rock. What? I didn't even get to read what this man said. What? All this time? It was right here all along. It can't be. If the composition of the bombed fragments and the earring are found to be a match, then it will prove beyond a shadow of doubt that the origin of the fragment in this photo, and since the test results showed that the blood of the fragments was yours, this means that the identity you tried to hide, so hard to hide, will finally be revealed. The identity I try to hide. I don't have an identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear. I don't feel fear. I left all of my emotions behind years ago. Even human being feels fears. Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside of you. You can face them because you can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. And I suppose you do. I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me. Couldn't get over the trauma of my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear. Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself. How can I run from myself when there's nothing inside? Nothing at all.
Objection!
I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand. But people have emotions, it's just a fact of life, and so people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another, so they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest, I think. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? The fear inside of me. Is this... No. Ah! Ah! I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel fear. You can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on. With your own true face. Sick. Sick. My own true face. No, please don't. I know you're here. Where are you? See? I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest. Those eyes, bro. My own true face. I don't have one. My face, my face, my face. Oh my god. This is trippy. Oh shit, he was shot. A sniper attack in this very courtroom. It chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how is Detective Fulbright? I mean, his imposter doing? He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. He appears to be in no danger of dying. Well, that was fortunate for all of us. The analysis of the final piece of evidence Wright Donor submitted is in. The composition of Miss Sykes' earring and the fragment with the blood on it match. We can now be certain that it's a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present. The bombing Corwin number 4 and all of his other crimes and numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all of these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There's still a myriad, I don't know how to say that word, of things we wish him to tell us about after all. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But before I do, will the defendant please return to her proper place? Yes, Your Honor. Now then, the court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes, not guilty. Holy shit! What the fuck? Dog, this is a crazy story. Now we have one more game. Well, 3 more games, technically speaking. Which is Spirit of Justice is the next one. Alright, here we go. Court is adjourned. Alright, sorry. Right. Congratulations, Mr. Nick. Thank you, Pearls, and thank you for being there for Athena. It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Daddy, I'm so glad to see you. Juicy, are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up. That's our Juicy for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe. Right? I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth. We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you. Ah, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who had been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as prosecutor, right? Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial. Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to its successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? So you figured it out, did you? Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? It should have been much harder after the evidence forging scandal. Well, I owed you a few favors. Hey, Edgeworth, think we could finally bring the dark age of law to an end? Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, now the prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away. You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It won't kill you. Said the furrows in that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. So I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it. Complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals. Athena. I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas. Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied, and I was frantic. So I'm so glad I made it in time. Aw. Just barely, but I still made it. That a girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out. Yes, I survived by the skin of my teeth, thanks to you. Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that. It was never my intention to just throw my life away. But some things in this world are more important than your own life. Like what? My honor-bound duty to protect you with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure. Huh? That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through. Well, it looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It took all of us together to pull it off. You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh? It was definitely the most amazing turnabout I have ever seen. I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm going to work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear for the Wright Anything Agency. Well, nobody's going to try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. So, Simon is free thanks to Mr. Wright. But there are so many more people out there who need our help. You're right. I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. I'm like stuttering. If we ever hope to fully bring the dark age of the law to a close. Hey, I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles, huh? Nothing like a bowl of Eldoon's noodles after a trial, all on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Wright Anything Agency, right, Mr. Wright? Huh? As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work. In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles. Huh? I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman? Guys, under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in. Hey, no fair, I want to say it too. Okay, here we go. Oh, they make you say it?
Objection!
Hell yeah! That is so dope! Oh man, this game is crazy good. I'm trying to think of something nice I could do for Polly now that he's back. So I decided to go around and get a bunch of... Okay. For lost cat, conditioner... Okay. You think I should have found him a few legal cases? Nah, that's okay. This is the Wright Anything Agency anyway. Oh man, I have a tear coming out of my eye from this one. It's so good. The music, by the way. Dina and Apollo were so wonderful in court. I better study as much as I can if I want to be a judge someday. My grandma says eat lots of peppers and that'll ignite your passion. Oh, but I should figure out which to grow. Green peppers or yellow peppers? Or maybe I should go to the sun red hot peppers. Oh man, this is great. The end of the dark age of the law, you say? This is how naive. Don't you know it's something necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? What? They're putting me under investigation. The chief prosecutor wants to see me. What a stream. This was a long stream. Vanessa debuted the great masked wrestler Tenmo Taru. He's scheduled to go up against the amazing Ninetales next though. Oh, what to do. A fight to the finish with myself. Why don't you ask Mr. Demon Lawyer to be the amazing Ninetales then? It's not a bad idea. I bet he'd be all for it. So, we are the meat as foes, are we, my little friend? The 6 hour goes crazy. Fuck Pain, all my homies hate Pain. And his lineage. For you to believe it, I'm Alderman of Ninetales Vale now. I took over the Rex, yeah. What do you say? Would you make a donation to help us? Hey, you, what do you think you're doing? Ah, the jig's up. Better make a run for it. I remember the voice I gave him. Ninetales? You gotta rewatch some VODs, man. Thought I wanted to be an artist, but after I started becoming genuinely interested in law, so now I'm studying for the bar exam. I'm going to prosecute Athena someday, so you'll see. I'm studying my buns off too, but not for the bar exam. I'm going to pass the Themis entrance exam on my own merit this time. With a score of 100 points, of course. You, Juniper, our dream will live on forever. Damn, we got one more game for the mainline stuff, and then we got the attorney, the greatest attorney. Found really sweet boxes for all three of them, but they won't try it on. It's because I want to be a legal journalist instead of a lawyer for the thing. But I think thanks to the trial, the newspaper's future, she's so fast talking. Now let's see what the fresh blood have to see with the new school paper. I had her cried to hard to graduation rehearsal. Scuttlebutt. Yep, that's Miss Scuttlebutt there. Calvert. The one night only reunion concert. I still remember that evening of passion. The president of the Students' Council sang like no high school student I've ever heard. When she's a judge in her own court someday, jam. I'd be the coolest trial ever, jam. I can already hear it in my head. I'm like mumbling shit because it's going so fast. I gave this place a good cleaning from top to bottom. But it's already a mess again. Guess the only thing I can do now is clean up the attitudes of people in this office. With Miss Maya due to come here once her training is over, it simply must be done. The music in this game is so well. So many iconic themes, so many new themes. Humanity's dreams for outer space will never die. In fact, planning the Hat 3 rocket has already officially begun. Look upon me, people of the great nation, the witness of the glory of Yuri Cosmos. How Pearl was tiny, man. She was very tiny. What do you, oh, director, yes, rocket preparations are fully complete, yes. You just leave everything to me. Assistant director, Yuri Cosmos. She grew up, she's, 16, I believe. No, yeah, she's 16, because Trucy is 17, and Athena's 18. Going to the moon to the new rocket. If Athena or Mommy Metzis comes to the moon, which are more interesting, Montes, Paradis, or the Meritocrat? What? You think they would like either one? Definitely did not take a few months. Wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura. I miss Miss Aura. I just want you to use me again like you used to. Time sure moves fast. It definitely did not take a few months. We're on game 5, going into 6. Ready for launch? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I fuck with Konko. I'm going to the moon for real this time? Wow, that should just skip. Distance and miles, I should never give up. But I'm worried. You can't breathe in space. And in fact, it's cold as heck. Oh man, now I'm getting really nervous. Oh, Starbuck. It's, yeah. No, I am not employed here. I simply come to request your services in defense of my sister. And no one's around, and I've been kept waiting for a long time. What sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and you wished for Athena to defend him. Then perhaps he and I shall meet in the courtroom in the near future. Blackwell's sick now. My throat hurts for fucking reading so much. I look forward to your next month's salary check. Please forgive me. Blackwell's acquittal has brought all manner of ills to the prosecutor's office to light. It would seem solving this that case is throw the chilled water in winter, blah blah blah. Now I will write yet another debt of gratitude. I will repay him one day. You can trust in that. Whoa, I had like a weird burp happening there. My bad. there you go. Shout out to the localization team. Really good. Besides that one error with the triple D's and daddy. Like, what? The 3D models were really great. These 3D models were so sick of their movement, having still the expressions that the characters held from previous games. It's so well done. I'm happy we got a good amount of returning characters in this one. Edward's returning, Pearl's returning for a bit, having Apollo be there, and then not there. Athena as the new character is great too. Damn, you know who wasn't here? Detective fucking Gumshoe, bro. He should have came through at least once. Can't wait for you to play the Chronicles or Trilogy or whatever. I have both games already, so we're but after we complete the last game, which has Phoenix Wright himself. Man, this was a trip, dog. I literally skipped out on eating right now. I have to go make food soon. My bad. Section my sister real quick. But yeah. The Great Ace Attorney. There's two great Ace Attorneys. They literally released those two games together. Good old Edgy. The trilogy only is the first 3 games. So, Phoenix Wright Trials and Tribulations. That's actually the third game. And Phoenix Wright Justice for All. No, I might be wrong on that, but whatever. Those are the first 3 games. That's the first trilogy. The second trilogy is these 3 games that I'm playing that are for the DS, which would be Phoenix Wright or Apollo Justice, Dual Destinies, and then Spirit of Justice, which is the last game. So those are the 2 trilogy sects up. I was like, there's gotta be an additional cutscene coming.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
Oh, she let her hair down. You may never know. They might continue it because they did the trailer.
Just believe in yourself.
The moon's closer than you think.
They did the trilogy, which is 1, 2, and 3. So all they're missing is the rest of the trilogy. It really depends what they want to do with the anime. If they want it to be continue the trilogy and then add off the spin-off stuff.
I wouldn't have made it back into space.
But yeah, that depends on the creators and stuff like that.
All right.
Happy little ending. Through the years, I've seen so much joy as a heartache, honesty, and as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow. And there you have it. And that's everything. The end. Dude. No. This isn't an anime cutscenes gallery has been unlocked. Thank you! I guess I could rewatch the cutscenes if I ever feel like it. That shit was dope. That everything resulting together, it was like every case was kind of like weirdly put together, where they were kind of like this happened in the middle of this is before this is now after that. It's like everything was just kind of all like chaos, and then it's just like everything now adds up, and it's like, what? But hey, starting next week, Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice is what's gonna happen next week for sure. And then, yeah, we got still the other two games, which would then be The Greatest Attorney. And that's how we'll round about the entire Phoenix Wright series. This has been one of my longest series, and I've been enjoying it. A lot, actually. So, hey, let's see what happens next week, right? To reiterate my schedule for next week, just in case, we got Wednesday, nothing, because I literally don't know when I want to stream on Wednesday. Thursday, we still got some Final Fantasy stuff to do. Friday, we got Pokemon. We got Pokemon Platinum, which is my my Ice type only run. And then Saturday, the next Phoenix Wright game, Spirit of Justice. That's about this for the schedule for now. Other than that, I'm gonna call it a stream here. But to also give my people my appreciation. Twitch, anyone who's here, vibing, chilling, lurked, passed by, anything. Thank you. I appreciate it. Always. YouTube, if you've gotten to this point as well, I always appreciate you watching fully through, especially in a very, very long stream today. Almost 6 hours. Other than that, I'm going to call it a stream, and I hope to see you guys next week.